Welcome to our new do-over on Dyson Sphere. Going to look at some of the thoughts I've had of the previous run-throughs, which I haven't completed, and discuss the pros and cons and general feelings about the game. So one of my pet peeves with this is the finite resources on a planet and how you can't, like, yes, I know that there's a balance between having certain resources on the starting planet versus others on another one to get you to go to another one, to creating a link and getting resources back and forth, and that's fine. But I think when it comes to you're trying to automate so much that you really don't want it to end. So I'm tempted to put it to infinite for this do-over and increase stars to max as well, which is what I done there a moment ago. But I don't know, it just kind of feels like, for the sake of doing a full playthrough to set it to infinite, so I don't have to be worrying about copper and stone and just the basic stuff. So I'm just going to set it to infinite for now, and we're going to try and speed run the start of this as much as possible.
Welcome to the actual universe. You may find it's different from our homeland.
I don't think we can. Oh yeah, we can't skip the prologue. Cool.
This is Icarus, a lightweight industrial mecha with powerful functionality. You can use the arrow keys or right-click on the destination
First thing we
to control
do,
its movement.
let's break this down.
In this mission, you will manipulate Icarus to travel beyond the stars and create miracles. You can use the same operation to collect resources, such as trees, gravel, etc. In the meantime, hold down Shift and right-click to give a series of commands.
How did we turn him off?
You receive several items after recycling the space capsule.
Why is it showing the left mouse button but he's still talking? Right, so basic out of the gate. Just dig some of these randomly, particularly to just clear an area for building, particularly around these. I think it actually might auto remove these if they're too close to where you're trying to put something down.
You can hold down mouse middle button drag to rotate the angle of view, or
like
slide
that?
the mouse wheel to zoom in and out.
Cool. Right, let's get on with it. A bit like when you're playing like Satisfactory as well, is certain things at the start you will want to manually have resources on your inventory so that you can basically speed things up, you know, just getting the bare minimum created to get to the next tool made, to the next machine made, or first machine made, and then progressing from there to the point of then being able to automate it. I mean, the key in this is all about automation anyway, but obviously if you don't have the right stuff, there's not a whole lot you can do. So there's iron, copper, iron, right next to each other.
You have not unlocked the construction menu, which will be done automatically when complete any technology research. Click the technology tree button at the bottom right of the screen
this one I think
to
it
open
is.
the technology tree and activate a research.
So we need to make 10 of those basically, which is iron and copper. Then you also want to do things like upgrading your mech. So a few basic ones would be the likes of can't do that yet. So what's that one need? No, yes, it's basically the column. Now, you can't change the order of these without cancelling them and then doing it. So it's pretty much the first column here. That's what you want. Let's see, what else have we got? Q. Live engine. Nope. Nope. Not yet. Search speed, right? No. Is there anything else up here that we can add? It doesn't require blue cubes. No, I think we have to do those first. Technologies. Yeah, so this is where we'll be going to. We might end up having to cancel some of these to get some of these to be up and ready. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what we need to do. Alright, so let's get as far as doing this one. So we press F, component view, there's it there. So there's the ring, it comes directly from the iron. And it's a 1-to-1. But you need 2 for each coil, so that means we need to make 20 of those. And we need 10 copper plates. So we've actually got some already from our hub that we broke down. So let's just grab some iron. Right, well that's doing that. Now we have enough we can convert. So let's make 10 is the max you can set this to anyway, so let's make 10 of those, another 10 of those cubes. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, for each different item you need to make sure you put it up to the 10. So now I'm just going to do a bit to
Energy
actually
is required in all mecha activities.
keep us going.
If it is
Press C.
defeated, the activities will be restricted. You can click the mecha panel button at the bottom right of the screen to open the mecha panel and resupply fuel into the fuel chamber.
Alright, there we go. That's our fuel in for now. Let's get the iron ore up to 100. Then we'll do the copper. So use inventory items is an option you can enable or disable, where you can speed up your research by having items in your inventory, or the ability to make said items in your inventory to then getting the research done. Yeah, that seems to be using up hydrogen fuel rod very fast. Not sure why. Anyway. So one of the first fuel types is actually from trees. You can shift click to chain actions. And typically early on, this is exactly what you want to do. And then there's, after that, you've got coal. So if I shift click that one, Do we have anything else we use as fuel? No. Now, titanium typically is rare on your starter planet, but you can get it typically from mining the rocks. In particular, there's one rock that looks like a sort of taller and monolithic compared to the others. Yeah, that one there, for example, will give you titanium early on, or as early as, I should say, possible. What else? Yes, so now we want to press F, click on this and make, what was it, 20 I think. So we only do them batches of 10, so 1. Okay, so 10 of these is actually triggering 20 of them, so we can right click and cancel. So now we've got 10. You can see the research is using them up. And any moment now that's about to complete. There we go. So now we've got our initial wind turbines, distribution of power, and the miners. So next thing up, if we go into...
You have created a mining machine to achieve ore collecting automation.
Let's go back into our technology tree. So now he's using up the plates that we made.
Menu to build it.
So that's in red because we probably don't have enough in our pockets or in our inventory. So let's come out of that. Let's mine some more of this. Again, we're doing this by hand just for the sake of expediting. Okay, what's that? We need 9, it's saying. So if you click on that, make the 10 anyway. Always make the minimum possible because you're going to need it anyway. Now, how many more of those have we got? 1, 2, 3. Let's queue up a couple of these. Make that 10 of those. Make another 20 of those. There we go. So now we need 60 of these. So let me check just to make sure we haven't accidentally queued the wrong way around, because I think research pros, yeah, so you have what's called research hashes, or consume 60 of those. The question is do we actually have that technology? So with that said, let's have a quick look up here, because I think we have to actually unlock that, if I remember right. Yes, there it is. So if I'm reading this right, we need 50 of these to unlock that, which is why we don't see it in our F menu, components menu under F. It should appear somewhere around here. So what that means is we now need to focus on instead being able to actually make all the basic stuff and actually we need to unlock this here. There's the blue cubes. So the question now is we need to figure out what needs to be unlocked to get to this point. So based on these two components, we know we can make these ones. We've already seen this in our list, and we can see the two basic or ingots that it comes from. So let's queue that. Now we can't, I don't think we can actually move these. It'd be nice if we had an option to reorder things, but you can't. You just have to right click and cancel them and then activate that. So if we activate that, then we'll queue that one and we'll come back and see later what we can do. I'm going to stick that one in there for now, just in case that helps. We might be able to get that sooner. Right, so it's telling us to put down our first miner, so let's do that.
You can use the R key to rotate the mining machine for covering more veins. The more veins covered, the faster the ores will be gathered. If you want to ignore grid snapping, try holding down the Shift key.
Right, so like he said, and this is something I didn't really do the first couple of times. I just kind of put down enough to cover within a certain area, so you get the white circles, but it still has to be blue. And I was also considering looking at things like, well, the position of other things nearby. Think about how I'm going to, you know, extract and lay it out. So at the moment, it looks like we are actually quite close to one of the polar locations. So that direction up there, the top of the screen, is one of the polar points of the map. If you look at the squares, you'll see how at this horizontal line here, they change. So that's to do with the obviously the world is round and not flat. So one little tip that'll kind of help future-proof as you go along is try and build between, I think the term is the median lines, if the horizontal lines might not be median, but whatever it is. So this line here and this line here. It's okay to pulling resources from wherever they are, but ultimately you want to think of your conveyor belts and how you're going to expand and progress. So like if your miners give you resources, the machines that you then build next, you would want to keep between those two lines and then go either left or right of whatever your starting point is. So that's where we're at the moment. So give me one moment, be right back. Right, let's continue. So for now, as I said, it is across that, but because of where we're located and all this water, we're going to try and be a bit clever about it. So there's... see how many we can get down by repositioning it. That's pretty much the same number.
One of your production facilities is not powered. You need to keep it within the power coverage area and supply it with power facilities in order to maintain its normal works.
Yes, we know. So under power tab now we have this. There's a bit of a bug the way that keeps coming back, even though it shouldn't be there. I think it's trying to get us to build 2 different ones, but we don't have enough to make that. So normally you just double click, you see what's needed here, then it'll try to produce if you had enough raw resources on you on your inventory, and it's just made it actually. So there's it there. We've also got a wind turbine and a Tesla tower ready to go. I think you can see the power usage. Yeah, work consumption 420, and the wind turbine produces 300. So you'd want 3 of those for every 2, give or take. So let's put that down over here. Now, because these are so close, there'll be so much water near us. At the moment, we don't have terraforming unlocked. So let's cancel out that. Click on power. Wind turbine. Now, these look relatively cheap to make. As I mentioned, we're going to need at least 3 of those. So let's kick that off. And there's also a thing with these where they can't be too close to each other or other things, so just consider that when you're putting them down the first time. And obviously the water is restricting how we can place these. And then there's our little drone going to build it. As you expand, upgrades,
you have established your first power
upgrades,
grid.
you can get
Not
more
all power
drones
facilities
and
has its power supply area.
speed them
Use
up.
the Tesla tower to extend the area of the power grid.
So I'm going to do 4 like that, because that's the minimum distance. And then Tesla tower then is going to do our coverage, lack of item. So double click.
You have done building the first power transmission
3
facility,
more.
Tesla Tower. It can carry out short distance wireless power transmission and expand the power supply area of the power grid. Click on it to view the current power grid information.
So there's our overview of our power generating, the consumption, and the current generation. Right, so that's enough to get those going, but right now they're not spitting out anything. You can also see things like efficiency and stacking. Stacking just means that it's not able to output in this particular case. So, and you can also do, I think it's shift click to put it into your inventory. Now remember, we are going to want to expand these with other miners once we have enough materials. So for right now, So we don't have logistics there. So what do we need? It says 10 of those, 10 of those. Right, let's check our inventory. What do we have? Can we actually do it? Put that up to 10. Might actually be able to do this. Yep. Looks like it's going to do it, alright. Now I should also note, see the output down here? It says ×2. So if we only needed 10, you could actually set that to 5 and not 10, because it's 10 by 2. Something else you to consider. Most of the time, once you get into this, you won't really need to worry about that. You won't need to worry about overproducing too much, because you will use it all. It's only if you want to be very precise in your speedrun from the start. And there's it counting down. And from a good distance away, we can click on these and take the stuff out and without having to walk right up to them. There we go. Now we've got our research matrix labs unlocked. Now for this bit. So technically, we can probably do some of the other things before we get to this point. Like if we want to do some basic automation. So for example, you might want to do these first. Now, I would actually suggest we do these first before we do those motors. What else have we got here? Oh yes, so these are the... What's the term I'm looking for? The work smelters that process stuff for us as part of our automation. So in other words, you would mine, then you would smelt, and then you would assemble. So what we might want to do is cancel those two, activate that, cue that one. And this... Oh, actually, yes. No, this one first, sorry. In fact, even the vertical order of these probably makes more sense now that I think of it. So like that. Fluid, no, we don't care about fluid yet. But we do care about those. So those 4 in that order. So let's go back here and again check out the resources while that's mining for us. You could click and put down that lab somewhere nearby if you wanted to just manually put stuff in. Just looking, surveying the area, it's kind of hard to decide where to put it, but let's put it up near the top for now.
Matrix Lab. You can use it to make super matrices or
So
research
these are
technologies
300
that require
output,
them to unlock.
and
The
this...
super matrices are the source code of the center brain for maintaining the
Yeah,
homeworld.
shush.
You could upload as many
So
super
these run in
matrices
2 different
to the
modes.
center brain as
One
possible.
is the matrix
You can be
itself, and the
benefit
other
to unlock
is
more
hash
actual world
points,
technologies by operating the homeworld
hashes per
simultaneously.
second. Similar to actually mining bitcoins, for example, on your computer. Similar concept. Right. Now we need to make a couple of these. So let's see how much power does this thing actually need. So we go to buildings on the replicator, which is hover over that. You need 480 and 60 hashes per second. Right. So we're going to need 2 of these. But I like to build them in 4s anyway. But for now, we're going to do them in 2s and dedicate it just to it. Right, that's that nearly done. Yeah, it is. Don't want to put it too close. You want to leave a bit of room on at least 3 of the sides. Now, let's see how close it needs to be to actually get power. Let's see, does that do it? Why does it say no power when it's within? You would imagine it just needs to be touching off of it. But apparently not. I think the whole thing needs to have coverage. Anyways, let's stick that down there and that should do it. Yes, it does. So let's have a quick look at what makes these. So it's a circuit board, magnetic coil. So sometimes what you should do is look for common denominators between them. So right now, from iron, there's at least 2 components or resources that need to be made between the circuit board and the magnetic coil, and then just copper ingots for both of them. So let's go in here and we're going to make, let's see, how many of these do we need? So for so for this one we're going to make the cogs and the circuit boards manually. So we need 6, but we're going to make 10 because of stuff we have. Oh, sorry, I forgot. So you can cancel that if you don't want to make the full 20. Drop it down to say 6. There's 12. All right. Now cogs, what are they? They're a 1-to-1. Now we don't have ingots ready, but we do have iron ore, so it'll just do it automatically for us. So we're going to need plenty of this. So just click twice on that and it'll make 20 of each, 20 of the ingots and then 20 of the cogs or gears as it's calling them. Bingo. There we go. Now we're on to the next one. So it says we've already done 10 extra circuit boards and we need 10 of these coils. So let's do that quickly. And now we've got our logistics unlocked. We've got our first conveyor belt, a sorter. Sorter technically isn't. It does input in and out, technically between belts, from belts to machines, and machines to belts.
You have received the sorter and the conveyor belt, which can achieve full automation now. Use the conveyor belt to transport the piled
because we had
ores
this
from the
still
mining machine,
ticked.
and the sorter
moved
can
on to
deliver
the
the ores
smelter.
from the conveyor belt to the smelter for automatic smelting.
Okay, what are we at now? Cogs and circuit boards. Okay, let's go back to circuit board. So this will make the research requirements. Then once we've done these couple, we'll then move to actually automating the whole thing. That would be our next step. One thing to consider when you're doing that is to leave plenty of space and to think about the rank and file of how you lay it out. Bingo, there we go. So now we've unlocked the assembler. Just for combining multiple components to make something else. What have we got next? So now it's looking for more cogs and 50 of these. Now it might be worth trying to do this hand, but I'm not sure. Let's see, can we make 10? Okay. Looks like we can. I'm just going to quickly pick up some more stuff from these. So it's given us 5 of these, 3 smelters and 1 assembler. Some conveyor belts. Now that's not enough conveyor belts. So here's an example where a resource such as an ore gives 2 or more components.
When putting a conveyor belt, all you need to do is determine the starting
be
point
quiet.
and the
I'm
endpoint.
trying to talk.
In addition, use the up arrow key to lift up 1 level.
Right.
And use the down
Anyway,
arrow
let's
key
ignore
to
him.
drop down 1 level after the conveyor belt is lifted.
Just drop
Press
that.
keypad 0 to reset the
Enough.
construction height
So
of the
we're going to
conveyor
take
belt
the
to the
ore
ground.
out.
If you don't want the conveyor belt to be attached to the building,
We're
you
going to
can
go
try
to
holding down
production,
the shift key.
smelter. And we just need to find... Ah yeah, there we go. There's our first support. Now, we can take out the excess that we don't need.
You built a smelter, which can smelt basic
Oh, be
materials,
quiet.
such as iron.
Hold on,
ingots.
hold on. There has to be a way to turn him off. It's so annoying when you don't need him. Gameplay, please tell me there's a... Is there a way to turn off tutorial? That's probably not going to do it. There's an interesting build view mode option there for top down. I do see some people using that.
And copper ingots automatically. While you want to make the raw materials and products get in and out of the
Just
autonomously,
sorter.
you need to use sorters and conveyor belts.
So there's 3 inputs and outputs on each side.
The sorter is a
Direction is
transportation
determined
connector
by
of cargoes
the
between
sorter.
facilities. It will automatically transport them as long as the supply facility
So let's
and the receipt
just do
facility
that.
are bridged.
Now, the thing about output is you can have more than one item being output on the same belt. And then you can do what you can do is you can apply filters on sorters to redirect them. Just like now, if you played Factorio, you'd probably be familiar with this concept. Same thing with the Satisfactory game, same idea. Except they have what they call mergers and splitters. It's the same idea, basically. So let's take that one, that one. Now we're going to set the recipe on the smelter to, if you look at the bottom of that, you can go straight from the raw material to the magnet with those 2 items. So this is what a good example of making resources from materials that come from the same ore. So set the first one to that, set the second one to that.
After selecting the recipe, you can use the less than key to copy the recipe and the greater than key to paste the next building that needs to set the same recipe.
So we're going to need to expand our power as well. So if we go back here. So what did the smelters use? 360. So we're going to try and create some order to this. There we go, it's going to make them. But we're now at the point where we do need to, what's the word, link these, like extend the power grid basically. Because of the water being in our way. We need to make at least 3 of those. Do you know what we'll do actually? We'll take these back. So press X, click, click. Because we're not ready to automate that bit yet anyway. And we will use them over here. Your mech suit will automatically hover when you go across water. Right, what are we producing now? 2.4 megawatts, but only consuming 57. Now that's because we don't have everything set up with conveyors and processing. So now we're going to stick that down there. So that'll get that going. We now need a bit of storage for this, so let's double click that. Do we have enough to make 2? Yes, we do. This just reminds me of something that's worth mentioning. Direction of conveyors. So see the way we're coming out along here to then feed in here. This one at the moment is going in the same direction. Bear in mind that if you're, you know, not spreading things out too much early on, which you won't be anyway, consider putting the storage unit here, which means you want the conveyor going in the opposite direction. The other benefit of that means that you can extend that line that way almost indefinitely and extend this one in the same opposite direction, so that everything comes this way, feeds into this row of machine smelters, and then comes back along the line and into the storage box. I'll show you now what I mean. So something like that, and then what we'll do is we will pick
storage, which can be used to store cargo. You can manually store or use the sorter to automatically stock the cargo.
You remember what I said about the crossing the median lines that change? So because it goes diagonal, that's how you know you've just gone from one section to another. Something you might want to try and avoid as much as possible, but if we had enough belts we could actually just go around it. So let's create, what's that, 9. So right now we're just going to feed everything into here. We're not going to filter into 2 different boxes, or because we could, but right now we're just not going to. Do something like that. Then we'll sit down. So by default, 1 sorter, gives you a filter menu when there's 2 items detected on the belt. Right now we're going to leave it at none so that all items get put in. So there's no power for the sorter, so we need to extend the power. It does feel like it's unnecessary to have power requirements on those devices, but anyway, it is what it is. And the beauty of these things is you can actually stack them. Right, let's let that run. How's our power? Still making 2.4 megawatts and using less than 1. You can see it shooting up to 900 there. So now we want to do something similar for the copper. So we still only got the 1 miner, but we will be changing that shortly. So look and see where we are in relation to the... Yeah, okay. So if that's going to go in a row across there, let's put these in a row going... Are we too close? Maybe. Oh, we don't have enough belts. Double click. Produce more. Just grab some materials just to have them in our inventory. So that means we can be piecing stuff together while it's doing its thing. So zoom back in. Right, now, where do we want to put this? So those puddles of water are going to be in our way. Not for the belt, but for the machines, so there's probably no point putting... Let's see, could we run it this way maybe? You just want enough to be able to put down, say, 3 to 4 smelters. You can also input and output on the same belt. And this is where the filters would come in handy. If you're going to do that, you would want to loop this so that when it comes out that it loops around and then back in on itself. I'll show a quick example. No, that one. So, assuming that's enough room, you then loop this in and around that way. Let it keep going. That way it's always picking up, but at some point it'll become saturated if the belt doesn't have enough capacity or the speed at which it moves at. Not to mention sorters can get blocked because items don't get to that point on the belt for them to actually get taken off. Okay, so we need to make a few of these. Okay, let that do its thing. Let's sort out the power. Now, what we're going to... I think what we'll do is we'll move that one closer. Lack of item. Okay, double click. Just need to wait for the queue. It's fairly fast actually for considering. Now another thing we could do to tidy this up a bit is, remember how some of these recipes require at least one of these plus copper over there on the other side. And remember that each side has 3 in or out options as well. So you could take back that, take out these that aren't being used, take off the sorter, and then let's have a look at the recipe again. So see this one here, you could consider doing something like this that runs in that direction, and then put down our assembler. So our assembler only needs to be able to pick from, say, 2 belts. Let's put it down there for now.
You have a building without recipe set.
Yeah.
Set the recipe you
So
want.
that one.
After selecting the recipe, you can use the less than key to copy the recipe, and the greater than key to paste the
So
next building
input,
that needs to set the same recipe.
output. So now it's waiting on copper. So if we just break up that line, that's a bit longer than necessary. Put down, you want to put down at least 2 of these, and then from the back of these, I'm just looking at the grid lines, trying to figure out where best to put this, and we've just ran out. Some players actually do automate the creation of these conveyor belts as well. For me, that's I don't normally do that for the early on ones. So yes, our core. What do we have that we can use as fuel? What'll happen is your mech suit will basically slow down. So I'll put that in. Let's grab some here. We'll just fill it up, keep us going for another while. Oh, did we just find coal? I think we did. Nice. So, instead of chopping down wood, we could get ourselves some coal. If we then process the coal into graphite, which with a smelter, we can basically stack it more, and therefore use that as a fuel as well. So I would put our next miner down here. Let's clear some of this junk from around it. Biofuel stuff or sources will give extra items that are considered rare. The what's it called? The organic crystal can be used as energy. you will actually need those for later on, so I would advise against using it as a fuel. That's just me. Right, produce 2 of those. So let's get back to what we were doing. So we need power. Distribute it here. Oh, now let's show a little trick. So you can, when you're placing the first building, after you've set the recipe on it, you can actually shift click to then copy that building and so forth, or you can use the less than greater than keys to copy and then paste. There is a mods for this game where you can actually copy an entire setup. I've never really bothered with it. I know some people are waiting for that to come out before they play anymore, but to each their own. Alright, let's feed that in. Now we need to sort out the end of this. So this will be item number 2.
You can now click the planet thumbnail button in the lower left corner of the screen, or
I
press
don't
the
want
N key
to.
try
Stop
the
asking
planet
me.
view mode.
So we need another assembler to do circuit boards. But for now, we're going to make that. Right, as soon as that gets to the second item for the recipe, it's going to start trying to produce. There we go. Now, one of the things you'll see early on is things like this backing up. What you could do is make the storage and stack them as a buffer in between. That's one option. Now we've got some iron ingots there. So if you look at the details there at the bottom, it shows the electromagnetic, or the, what do we call these, magnetic coils and circuit boards. So we just need to automate those two things. So right now, what we would need to do that is we could put another assembler here. It's not the ideal way of doing it, but let's make another one. So at the moment this is outputting in that direction, so we've technically kind of not needed to do that. So I'm going to break this, take these back, because I have enough space in my inventory. I'm able to pick up everything. But over here, right, assembler is ready. So we basically want to feed in the copper and the iron, but we're going to redirect the way it's laid out so that we can actually do that. So let's dismantle No, we're not going to dismantle that. We're going to leave that as it is. Remember I said there's 3 slots. We can do something like... So we need another smelter. We're going to redirect some of that in there. We're going to copy this recipe and paste it there. And then, now this is a very dirty way of doing it, but we're going to do that. And then you can put a sorter that feeds it. So then, lack of item, okay. Now what's happened here, this is stalled simply because it has nowhere to go. So we have 2 of these. So let's put in a buffer. So I'm going to take the output from here, bring it across. I think that's enough. Again, if you're smart with the filters, we can share the same. We can share the same conveyor belt and storage. Now we're going to set this one to doing circuit boards. Then add in the second component. Here we go. So that's a very simplistic way of doing it. There's obviously there's other more optimal ways of laying this out to expand it later, but you ultimately you will end up tearing all of this down anyway. See, there we go. So I'm going to put those into my inventory. Let's see, now according to this we can actually we have enough materials in our inventory to produce 287. So I'm going to do, I don't know, 30. And then we'll get the automation to finish off the last 10. Now, I think there's another thing you can do with this. Is that actually getting power? Oh, it is. Forgot that. Yeah, they're linking up. How is our power consumption actually? Yeah, so we're not producing enough power because that's actually sucking up our power. And if you look at that line, clockwise line, that's actually using up our power on the matrix to do research to unlock this. It's another way of unlocking tech and upgrades. So I'm going to cancel this and this so that we can up the power, because it just creates a brownout where you're not able to keep up with the demand. Alright, that's how we do now. Yeah, that's enough for now. .7, it looks like it's hitting. Yeah. So we're generating more than we're consuming so far. One thing we can actually do, let me have a look at the blue again. Yes, so let's do this. Let's take that out and move it closer. And we're going to do... Depending on where the lines are, we might be able to just get this to line up and move items as we need them. Let's have a look at that. Let's see, just that might do the trick. Now we're going to need more. Alright, let's bump that up to 6. It's a very simplistic and crude way of doing it, but same idea. So we're going to need 3 more at least. Yeah. Oh, actually, do you know? I just realised we don't need to actually split these before they go in here because both of them are required for that item. So instead, what we can do is to increase the output. Let's do something like this. There we go. So there's stuff going in. Now, one of the reasons why you would want to split it is you don't want it to back up. So what's happened there is, because it's such a small run and it'll only let you put in 20 to 21 at a time for that one, what's happened is the belt is full of this item and none of this, so it's never going to generate. So with that said, we will break the belt there. We will set a filter of the coil. This here, see, can we take that out, that item? Yeah, we're gonna have to break it again to take out the one that shouldn't be there. That's alright. Click, click, click. Right, so that'll make sure that particular item goes in fast. Now we're going to put the next one here. There again, because we're going across median sections, that's why it's going diagonal. That's okay. We're just going to do this. Oh, now we forgot to set a filter on this, so set the filter. Click X. Now you can shift click and take it all out, and then we put it back in. Excellent. Now something is Something is wrong. Is there something in our way? No, let's just do it this way instead. There we go. Right, now we need to put an input. The reason you put at least 2 is just to make it go faster. And now it's going to start producing up to a stack of 20, I think it is, of the blue cubes or matrices. So then so you could use a conveyor, but you can actually go directly to storage in some cases. This being one of them. Let's make a few of these. So you've always got what's called 3 positions out with the sorters. So there's like row 1, row 2, row 3. You'll notice when you're connecting things up as to what works and what doesn't. But again, you do not want to be crossing medians when you're doing that. That's why it's important to do things in a east to west or west to east direction instead. But for now, this is just a crude way of doing it. Let's start it. Get stuff unlocked. So what's wrong here? So that's flashing because we broke something earlier on. Yeah, it's technically not even needed, so let's take that out. Because you already got 2 going in, so not much point. It's always the first item in that sets the display icon or storage icon. So let's put those into our inventory, and that's going to trigger the research to complete those requirements. And after that, then it's really about scaling it up. So for example, you could scale this output line up by putting more of these along here, probably another 3, maybe 4, put some on the opposite side and have them feeding output to here. Let's have a look. Yeah, we need to make some anyway. So that's converting stone that we had picked up earlier. So if you remember, we didn't actually set up any stone mining yet. Here we go, we've got our electric motors unlocked. There's usually plenty of stone on the ground to pick up anyway, but it's not exactly efficient because of the amount that you get. Yeah, so some of our statistics pages are not available until we unlock certain research. On the statistics panel though, this is handy. You can actually see exactly what you're producing, power creation and consumption, research, the upload speed. Now at some point this will tell you that you're not producing enough fast enough in order to keep up with the research in a efficient manner. And then this one is for later on when you're creating solar cells, structure points, cell points, for actually building the Dyson sphere itself. Don't try to go straight to this. It's just, yeah, in a normal playthrough it just doesn't make sense to do that. So right now we're not consuming too much, but the moment we start placing more smelters, we're going to need more power. Right, so let's... So because we kind of haven't spread this out very much... Yeah, do you see the way it's... I just noticed something. See the way it's doing that? Has to do with your product is stacking because we nothing buffering. So do you see on this torn, if I put this... Let's make some of those. Show you a good example of how to put in a buffer for like a, so that it's not waiting, you know, it's more time efficient, so to speak. So first things first, break that. Now the way you position this is look at the line that the conveyor is on and make sure that the storage unit is behind that line, but next to the adjacent conveyor. So what's going to happen is we're going to go in on the bottom, out on the left. Like that. So that's enough to have two inputs. We don't need to set a filter, but pressing tab lets you select. There we go. So now we've got a buffer and we can stack storage as well. So here's an example of alternating machines on the same belt. Yeah, oh, and also gives me a good opportunity to show you how to do the shift click machine. So I just shift clicked to delete because I was still in delete mode. So lesson here is make sure you're not in delete mode. So shift copy, paste, and paste. So now we need to reconnect. I need more of these. And connect that in there. Now one of the reasons why you would do something like this is obviously if you're trying to minimize the amount of Tesla towers and other things that you're doing just early on when you're trying to conserve your resources. So let's place another one of these. Now this is going to feed this back row. Normally I would feed these all into each other, but because of the layout we need to do it this way. Make some more of those. And link it for the input as soon as it... And there we go. Now, how's our power consumption? Ooh, right, so we're not satisfied in it. So our next thing is to fix the power. Make the full 10. Once we get our coal on the go and coal generation, we'll be laughing. Because it's a lot more efficient than this. Alright, that should be enough to boost things. 100% satisfaction. That's exactly what we want to see. I usually try to buffer the coal, the raw coal itself first. Have all of the miners on the node feed into some storage. So this will be a good example of produce or putting down multiple miners using the shift to ignore grid snapping, and then tap or on the keyboard to try and position the next nearest, like that. Like that. I'll wait to be better power before we try to connect any more up, because right now it's not going to be great. Now the reason I'm not going to merge into that line because that's a short conveyor and it's going to back up really slowly, and it's not really going to take off from this new line. It's going to do that instead. And then we are going to do that and that. So if you add more sorters, you can basically speed up how quickly it empties the conveyors to fill up storage. So in this case I'm going to do that. Now with this other one here, I would actually connect it in here in a natural way, so something like if it come out, down and join like that, so you're not having to use sorters. And then if I was building more on this side, I'd do similar to here. Right, let's have a look at our research queue. So, upgrades. What have we got? So we haven't made any of these yet. I don't think. That needs blue and red, so we can't do that one. Able to view veins distribution on the planet, so that's a useful one, so let's do that one. Inventory capacity. That'll give us another product. Material. Steel. What have we got here? Extra drones. Yes, that's important, but... yes, our power. Actually, I think that might be more important to do next. And then there's this one. So that one looks 10,000. 7,200. Queue that one. Queue that one. What else have we got? Search speed. No. And that one, and that one. Right, that's fine for the upgrades. We're going to... Are we going to take that one out? What does that need? 10. No, let's leave it and check. Can we make 10? We can make 300. Let's make 30 for now. Here's it going down. Now, if we untick that, if I remember right, actually, cancel that. I just remember something. We left this matrix lab producing cubes, so we don't actually need to. We can put them into our inventory for when they're needed, and then we can switch this back to hash mode. Now, what this means, lack of matrix, I think you can actually feed these back in to then finish what's in your research queue. See, they're actually doing it now. So now we can see, now our veins distribution.
You have unlocked the universe exploration.
This
now
one here.
You can click the details display button in the lower
And
right
you get
corner
it,
of the
get it on the HUD
to
basically.
open real-time distribution details of the ore veins.
See, all our veins now have a HUD enabled on them. Many veins and how much, what's reserved in them. Because we started this with infinite, technically these should not actually empty. Now, because we switched that to research mode, it means that these conveyor lines are going to back up. But we're going to switch it back to... actually, what is it trying to do at the moment? Okay, so it's trying to do that one. No matrix reserve activated. Huh? What do you mean not activated? Oh, right. So we have to get to that point in... Yeah, so we'll start working only when Matrix Research is activated in the Technology 3. All Matrix Labs share one research progress. Right. I see. So what's happened there is... somewhere in here, under Technologies... Yes, so that's what we need the blues for, basically, is unlocking a lot of this stuff. But there's one of these that actually helps, I don't see it, but it's probably in front of me. Yeah, it's here somewhere. It's not on that list, it'll be on one of these. Anyway, let's go grab these manually because we know where they are. So we get the 3 logs first. So start right here. Right, we got to 60. Oh, I pressed V by mistake, so there's our planet view, star map. Nice, let's get the 60 coal and get this going. And we could do that, or we can go back to our coal miner. Our storage unit will probably have loads in it. It does. Right. Let's chop down a few of these trees out of the way. Oh, have we got a brown yet? No. Looks like it's doing what it needs to. Get some more conveyors. Nice. So now... I'm going to show you how to make the graphite. So set the recipe. Okay, so we haven't actually unlocked it, have we not? I'm trying to remember. How do we do that? Yeah, coal in what? The smelter. Yeah. We forgotten to unlock something. I think we might have. Let's have a look. Ah, there's it there. Right, we're going to have to... How do we switch this? That's a pain. I have to cancel all of these just to get that one. Yeah, there's it actually telling us how long until it actually does it, I think. So ideally, I like to unlock these things based on what we have. That one's going to be next, I think. So everything that's not blue and then blue towards the end. So like that. Nope. Right, put these in after maybe. I'll do for now. Okay, is this slowed down or do we forget to switch it back? Bingo. There we go. Now it's back to producing them. Alright, go in here now. There we have it. We want, ideally you want these as quickly as possible because you can use it as your power source. And it's also good for when you unlock the what's it called? There's the next power unit after wind turbine is basically a coal generator, which is one of these, I think. So right now it's looking for motors. Can we produce motors? And how many do we need? 60, and we can do 153. So let's make that happen. 10, 20, 30, 40. Right, that should be 60. Another thing we could do actually to produce these faster is, in fact, let's do it right now. So, see the position of these. We are going to extend these lines like that. Oh, now we need to find an even line. As I said, this is the problem when things are not even. Just gonna skip that for a moment. Create one of those. So let's see where that sits. Grand. So now consider you need to have some way of getting the stuff out as well. So bear that in mind when you're placing these. So copy, paste. And we need to check power because this is going to use a lot of power. Yeah, we're doing alright, it looks like. Question is how are we getting it out of there? Now there is one thing, and I don't know if it's unlocked at the early stage, but can we... Ah yes, we can go across. And down. Come on, come down. There we go. And we can do this. There we go. There's our output. Because these will stop when the stack size is reached internally. So because we have no power over here, we need to produce some of these and extend power. Nah. With that done. So it looks like this is backing up because our storage has filled up. Indeed it has. put a buffer in there. How are we over here? Ah, that's grand. Take those out. Nice. So this one has the, what we call this, the warning symbol, I guess. Product stacking. So it's not able to get the product out quick enough because of how long it's taking the belt to clear. So let's do this. No, it won't let us. We don't have enough. We probably should automate the gears and make belts as well. But again, I normally just do it by hand. There we go. That should be enough to get that moving again. Yeah, now it's clearing faster. I don't think it's slow as the assemblers. So the Mark II assemblers are actually much faster. Again, you could actually put a buffer in here if you really wanted to. Just stick it in there and have it in on this side and out on that side. Might even be able to fit one in there. Nope. We should have room to put one maybe there. I wonder can we cascade resources between 3 machines. Let's just try it for a sec. What I'm referring to is you click on that, you try to bridge. No, that's not going to work. Too close. Oh well. It's enough for now. Right, what do we need in here? Do we have enough room to make what we need? Can we delete those? Yes, we can. Let's go to the replicator. Oh, that's right, we cancelled the motors. So that's 40 and it should cover the 32 that it requires. So what I'm thinking about for the research is let's do everything up to blue research, as in you don't need, it's either going to be a component or it's blue matrices or blue boxes, whatever you want to call them. So anywhere we see red or and above, we'll consider that part 2. There we go, that's nearly done. Nice. So the next one is going to need steel, and steel comes from iron. Oh, actually, we don't actually have that unlocked yet, do we? Yeah, so some of this might be in the wrong order. Let's have a look. Yes, this one needs to come next. So, can we take that out? Yes, we'll finish these, then this one. Perfect. Right. Power from coal. Right, so that'll make our graphite. Where do we want to position these? Keep forgetting to use the copy tool. Nice.
You have received the ability to fly. Double-click the space key to lift off, and then use the arrow keys to control mecha movement. The moving speed will increase by 150%, with more energy consumed under flight mode. Pressing the Alt key can return the mecha to the ground during the flight.
So I'm going to set up another row. And again, I forgot to do it. There we go. Need power. Okay. Don't have cold research unlocked yet either. What should we get there now? Oh, an extra drone. Okay, so let's grab some of this. So basically we're going to feed the graphite into the coal generators once we get them unlocked to be our new power source. But in the meantime I think we're going to have to create a few more of these. Actually, let me check the technology tree just to see which is which. Was it a tech? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's an important one as well for fixing the ground around us. We are going to need that a lot of. So, which one should we do next? Probably that one is in there. There's solar power as well. Yeah, let's just do these, get these out of the way first before we change any more. That's only third on the list, so it should be alright. It should be enough, I think. So this one could be set up for doing whatchamacallit, steel. So let's set up the belts in that direction. Let me think. Which way do you want? Yeah, that direction. And they are between different median rows as well. See where the line changes. That's okay. We'll use the storage unit to work around that issue. Right, we're out of raw materials. Which means we need cool. More iron ingots. Right, process all of that. So we're going to need those. Come on, do it. There we go. Right. Let's just see if we can get away with doing this. I'm thinking the answer is going to be no, and that what we actually need to do is take that out. Give me 1 second now. Let's see if we can. Now, of course, another way to do this would be to have each miner go to its own storage unit and then have each of those storage units feed into another storage and then stack them. Because then that acts as a giant buffer then basically for your actual production line. So for the production line, we don't want to cross this line here unless we're going to split it into two different production lines. So, for example, let me think about this. We're going to make loads more of those. We get a little bit of silicon and titanium as well when we do this. We're going to be needing loads. So here's one potential production line. It's on the left of the median line. I'm just going to call it median line, even if it's the wrong one. I don't care. Let's be one production line on this side, and we'll do another one on the opposite side, because you're going to need loads of steel anyway. So it's not like it's going to waste. Right, yes, we've got R6. Right, set the recipe on the first one, which is going to be, oh yes, that's right, I forgot. So we need to make the ingots first before we make the steel. So shift copy. Four of those. Now, can we actually, I wonder, output directly across from them? We might actually be able to do that, depending on how we position them. So, for example, logistics input. Now we don't really need a filter on this, but for the illustration purposes, we will. That's weird. I thought that's supposed to shift copy. Doesn't seem to like me today. So what I'm thinking is that's the in. Can we go directly across to the other one? I think we can switch that to that. Might actually be able to do this. There we go. That's another way of doing it. So it's or here or in got out, but directly into the next machine that it's going to feed. Now, one of the reasons why you might not want to do that is you might want to just have a steady flow out coming out of these that's then topping up these and not a one-to-one relationship. That's one reason. So in other words, think of like 2 of these to 1 of these, for example, would be a simple example of why you would do that, so that you're getting more ingots quicker in here than a one-to-one. Sure, we'll test it and see how quick it is. So let's just break the line there for a moment. Take those 2 out, and we're going to connect this up. Actually, did we set the output? No, we didn't. So that's what's missing. And there's only enough room there to get 1 sorter down, but for this test, we'll leave it as is. Looks like it's every 2 seconds. Yeah, so the lack of material is coming up because it's not getting it quick enough. So let's take that one out. How do we want to do this? See, this would be one of the benefits of having a loop on the output of the inputs, so that I can go around and feed these much faster. We could just move that row like that. Then put a row in here. Put these back down. Copy, paste. So now we've got the output coming out onto this one and coming around. So as we extend on this direction, it'll just end up as a loop. Do we have enough? Yeah, we might as well put down 4 to 6. And let's link them up. That should do it. That'll keep things moving so they don't get blocked at the end and stop moving. So there's 6 to 4. That's right, set the inputs. Let me clear this because we're going to have the storage unit come back down this way, because we can expand in that direction but have everything come back towards here. Let's see, how many of these have we got? Need more. There we go. Now, while that's doing that, we're going to sort out our blue matrix cubes. Right. Ah, just in the nick of time. There we go. There's our steel production. Now that we've got thermal unlocked, go back to the coal. Where was it? Oh yeah, it's this one, isn't it? So now we're going to set up power production coming out of these. Logistics 75. This will make more sense now in a minute. Actually, maybe we should run that the other way. We'll leave it there for now. So, power, here we go. So these do 2.16 megawatts, efficiency 80%. So they have a, what is that? Is it 2 and 3? So what I'm thinking is we create a line from the storage box across, and these can cascade and feed each other. Need to move that slightly. We'll trim it down if it's not needed. So the first one is going to go there.
A thermal power station. Such power facilities need to consume chemical energy fuels. If you want it to generate continuous and stable power, you need to ensure a sufficient fuel supply at all times.
Yes, that's exactly the problem with it. So, with that said, click that, click that. Need to make more. Then just wait for that to finish. There we go. So early on when I was playing this, I did not know you could actually daisy chain them like this. There you go. So we've pretty much doubled our power grid. Now obviously the more we split this main source line, it can potentially slow this down. So if you're scaling it, you might want to consider having a separate group of machines for each. Like we could keep going with this basically in this direction, which was my plan. Obviously the closer that they are, the less of a delay. And because they're nearby the Tesla towers, they're automatically connecting to it. Now we're up to 17. Solar is problematic in that it only works when there's actually sunlight. So what most people do is, if I go to the star map, most people do is they look for this middle line, the equator line, and they'll build east to west and wrap around the entire planet, solars. Is it worth doing? Yeah, probably is. Turn that off. But the thing is, you really would want to automate that if you're going to do it. Like, it's one thing to do the first few yourself manually, but realistically, you might want to consider doing a lot more by automating. Okay, so I can see this is backing up, so let's create a few more of these and stack them, and we can speed this up as well by doing that. That was the reason why we took out the machine that was here, was to clear a path for it. Is that done yet? 15 seconds. So what's probably happening here is something I mentioned already, I think, is the speed at which the belt gets filled. If it's only getting drip fed very little, only the first couple of machines are going to be able to pick up, to the point that there's not enough of a flow for the ones towards the end to get anything. So you're probably wondering, well, what can we do to improve this? not a whole lot really in this particular, because of how this is laid out. But what we could do is, if we were to bend that line, can we get that line to come from this side? Let's have a look. Oh, I think we can. Yeah, so if we do something like this, we can empty the container faster to then having more on the line. Another consideration would be to break the line here and bring it down and along here, and then just take an extra input on this side. That's another way of looking at it. Right, that should keep that busy for a while we go check on research. Yeah, now do you see the way? Yeah, see that's doing the same, because we've merged these two. But that's fine for now, we'll just leave it as it is. How is the power conversion? Okay. We do want to build more of these, definitely. Right, so let's let them be queued, and we are going to fly over here. How is this looking? Is this looking like it's backed up? So we're kind of producing more that's being used. It's not using them quick enough. Right, what's this looking like? Ooh, nice. Some room for that. There we go. Our research is moving along. Another thing you can do is, we have one or more doing the cubes. You could have one, or you can set up another loop and basically have them just doing research points, so to speak. So having them, that would help boost the research time. As to whether you can, I wonder, can we actually switch? Can we pick out research? I wonder. Oh yes, you have to feed those into it to actually do that. Is that boosting it much? Oh, it is. Yes, the way we know is, see the 72 of 64. The fact that the of is lower tells us that this is increasing the rate at which it's reducing the need for these, basically. Yeah, that's exactly what it's doing. So in other words, you could have two of these producing the cubes, and then have maybe another two that take the cubes and speed up research. In fact, do you know what? We might just set that up. Give me 1 second to change this back. There we go. Just line this up, set up power, create 2 of these. No, I've never actually tested this before, so I'm hoping this actually works as we expect it to. Here we go. I think we just got tier 2 unlocked for the conveyors. There we go. So now we've got the tier 2 sorters. Or Mark 2s, whatever you want to call it. Put 2 on the opposite side. So we can... Actually, let's put in a loop. We might end up causing a brownout with all of this. Check our power. Oh, it's okay. There we go. Link it up. How is our power now? It's holding up. We need to expand it anyway. Coal generator, or the thermal, as it calls it. So we're generating blues and we're spending them on research to speed that up. So if I untick this, yeah, we can still see it moving. It just means that it's not taking it from my inventory to do it. Here we go, 2 minutes and something. Right, so what have we got here? Solar. Let's go back to our upgrades now and see. Q. Anything else? Nope, we don't have reds yet, so don't go near that. Don't have purples. Nope, nope, nope. So they're done. That's cute. In the whole planetary system. View the ore reserves of the local planetary system. Okay, what else have we got? Reds, okay, so blues. No, that's cute. Right. Alright, what about tech? Oh, that's the one we're doing at the moment. So that means we can fill in the water, raise the land, flatten. Titanium smelting, no. No, not yet. Queue is full, so we will come back and add these other blue recipe technologies. Cool. Oh, do we need to set? I think we do. Right, so that means we can only produce blue boxes while there's no blue matrix research required. Right, okay, how many does that say we need? Okay, let's go back to where we have that being produced, which is just over here. Now, here's our environment modification menu is now active. So every time we were placing and digging, it creates a soil pile that you need in order to do this.
Foundation, a terrain leveling tool.
So
Yet
in
we cannot
component,
use it to
click
change
on
the
this.
planetary landforms at will. We can only level the surface to ground zero.
So we need
If the
steel to
foundation
do that
is
as
used
well.
for high grounds, it will gain soil pile. On the contrary, if it is used on the ocean or low-lying areas, it must consume soil pile. When installing the foundation, either choose a kind of decoration or without decoration, even only surface leveling. Insufficient required items. You can click the replicator button at the bottom right of the screen to open the panel and manually replicate these items.
There we go. Now our manual research is moving along. Do we have our power? Oh, yes, we have 3 more stations ready to go. So let's place them. Now there is supposed to be, yeah, there's their upgrade facilities. Yeah, again, this was something I kind of missed when I first was playing. So 2 of these are almost like the equivalent speed of one of these. So if I put that there, now rather than ripping these out, if we click on this, I think it is, and then here you can say what level you're going up. You're going up 1 level, so depending on what mark or tier you've unlocked, you would click that to increase it, but in this particular case it's that one, so that won't work because we've only got the one. But we do have 21 of those, so let's see if we can figure out how this works. There we go. Next one. Cool. Right, now come out of that. Just going to use one. Let's take back the extra ones. I really don't think they're necessary to have more than one. What's our power up to now? 24. Nice. So we're almost under 50% usage. Alright, let's clear down some of these. What else were we doing? Right, so that's that cold site, which, to be fair, has loads. See, this one's not even moving. Or at least it appears to not be moving. At the moment we've only got the technology level to go up stack 2. Just unlocked another thing. Nice. Let's go back to our matrices. Are they moving? Oh yeah, they are. So I don't have to manually change them to what they're currently researching. It's because that only requires the blue boxes that they're moving on to the next research. Nice. It's getting faster. So that actually was worth doing. And that was actually my first time as well doing that. Right, let's wait for that to finish. We're gonna have a little, just gonna grab something quickly to eat while this research queue finishes. Be right back. I'll stick on Paris Heller's copyright-free stream beats in the meantime.
You built a wireless power tower, which is suitable with long-distance power transmission caused by its longer connection distance. What's exciting is that it can also charge Mecha by using electricity from the grid.
Right, now we've got a new power source as well. Never really used it previously because I felt that it wasn't very efficient. Come on. There we go. Right, research. Things we still haven't automated are like belts, the titanium and stone mining to make the foundations. That's something early on. Foundations definitely is something you want to churn out plenty of steel and stone production to make those. Again, not something I automated the last time, but this time I do plan on doing it. So the question is, where do we put it? And where is the stone? Oh, stone's over there. So let's take back a lot of that. Plus it's in the way of running a line across there. Make some more of those. What have we got new? So we've got our splitter, wireless power, water pump, extractor, refinery, storage tank for liquids. So the difference between these two is both storage can contain everything. Tank can only contain liquids. However, liquids in storage are a different capacity versus the storage tank. The storage tank actually lets you put more in. So that's why it's worth using the storage tanks specifically for those. Then you've got chemical plant as well. We'll look at those in a short while. For now, we want to get stone production and iron into steel. We are going to need that to get our foundations automated. How is our power? Oh, we're doing alright. So there's where we're going to bring the line down. Don't need to worry about foundations here because the line's just going to come straight across there. Like so. Out of building range. What? Alright, speaking of research, what have we got left? No, don't activate that yet. Let's finish all the blue stuff first. If we can. Activate. Yes, we are going to need all of this. Right, back in a second.
rare veins scatter around different planets, they will greatly improve production efficiency. So if you find them, collect them and put them as a part of industrial production.
Right. Back. I had to go to the bathroom. Graphene. Oh, yes. Graphene is made in a chemical factory and can be produced with much greater efficiency through the use of a rare material called fire ice, which we will not have access to. So again, this was something I discovered in my first play that became problematic. Let's just check on power for a second. No, stone. Components, foundation. It's gone off the screen there, but let me move this over. Yeah, so steel and what's that thing called? Stone brick. So steel and stone brick from here will be used to produce it. Produce what we need. Miners. Let's go with 2 for now. Okay, so we're going to need a lot more. Now, get this on the go. Then the question is, do we need an assembler to do the other stuff? Let's have a look. Yes, we do. So here's what I'm thinking, because we're going to want to make multiples of those. You're going to want 2 rows basically. So this isn't really needed here, I don't think. Yeah, we need to go get plates because we don't, or ingots even. Just loads there. That should be enough to get us going for now. One thing I don't like about how the drones operate is they keep coming back to me before they go to the next section. Like, what's the point? To me, that's a design flaw. Right, produce it. 4 of them. So, you're going to put these down where the 2 rows or conveyor rows are next to each other. Set the recipe to that. Shift copy. Lack of item. Oh, yeah, we're waiting for it to finish. So the one that's nearest, put in first. New processor. And then that one. Right. Solar has been unlocked. Nice. Drop that one down.
The data shows this is a planet without natural silicone veins. However, you can still obtain some by smelting stone ore. While you still need a massive silicone collection, you need to find a planet rich with silicone veins as soon as possible. Now, you can try to view the whole planetary system, and even the entire cluster, by clicking the star map button in the lower left corner of the screen.
We set output to be on this side to feed into this. See the way they're coming back to me before going to do the next bit. It's so annoying that. Just wait for it to make those. Right. What were we trying to do? Oh yes, sorry. I just had to check something there. Why are they not giving power from here? Oh wait a minute, did you just feed in the wrong thing? You did! Derp. I see. sucking diesel, hey. There we go. We're gonna need more though, because that looks like it's too slow. That's okay. Do we have enough to clear this? We do. And we can move that line. And I forgot to copy it again. Okay, so we're going to break that there. We're going to move, put the splitter in there.
Splitter with 4 directions. It can split the passing cargo or balance.
Thank
the
you,
cargo on
Sherlock.
multiple conveyor belts.
Stop telling us
The
something we
splitting
already
speed
know.
depends on the conveyor belt speed. Use the tab key to switch between different styles, and click it to set priorities and filters.
Do we have enough to put in? No, we don't. We'll have to come back and fix that or extend it. What's happening over here now? Where's all the steel? Oh. We'll do an upgrade on this one. Okay, we need to make some. That's taking its time. Give us another 40, 60. Oh, that. Right, is that going to move along quicker now? Stick in more of these. might help speed things up a bit. Then again, it might not. Right, what's wrong with this one? Oh, yeah, he hasn't gotten stuff yet. That'll speed that up a bit. The rest is okay. Don't think we're going to fit another one of them in there, so we're going to take back this. How are we for power actually? Let's look. Alright, we're still under 14 megawatts. That's good. But we might want to up our production still on this. So let's try that. No, sorry, wrong way. I see what we did wrong. Right, so this is coming here. And then the return will be there. Take that out and extend it. This is the benefit of doing the loop. And switch these in. We left a gap for putting in a power pole. Are we producing it fast enough from these to this row? Possibly not at the moment. I don't think we are. That's why it's not getting past this point. Still not enough of a flow coming. And the same thing would apply to these as well. If it's not coming fast enough. Now this one, because there's 3 of the speed on this side, this one here is not moving. So take that out. And in fact you can see it's not even moving past here either. So you could take one of them out. Oh yeah, it is getting to the last one here, but again, not enough throughput. So, if there was enough room, you could in theory put in a splitter and that would help. Now, what's happened with this one? Right, so this is so busy here that this isn't able to output. That's what's happened. Like, it will eventually, it just depends on when it gets the opportunity to do it. So the question is, should we take this one out of the equation? I'm thinking yes. Because otherwise it's doing nothing. Moving it out of the way. So we're going to try and put another row. Let's see, have we got space there? Actually needed. Not at the moment, it's not. Spuds. Just doing a quick audio check to see, make sure everything's alright. Okay. So we're going to split this into a splitter here somewhere. Have it come across another row. Connect this. Now we can get 3 output on the go. Or can we? No, wait a minute. We need to extend it a bit. There we go. Right. So if we've one upside daisies here, and here's how we're going to fix it. Clear that. We're gonna need more. So this is going to be the output. And we want to set up a... Where we don't want to do this. We'll put in a splitter in there. Well, technically be a merger. Okay, so that's not really going to work if we're going to extend this one. But I don't think we will, so let's just put it in like this. Right. Come on.
Your production compound has reached a certain scale. Now click the Statistics panel button at the bottom right corner of the screen to view statistics. It includes the output consumption of each item, electricity data, etc. Use these dynamic data can help you to manage your production base.
There we go, so there's our power. Consumption versus generation. What about production? Where were we? Okay, that tells me that we're not actually, it tells me that the product is stacking. Same here, yeah. 40, that means that's full as well. Oh, we're consuming more circuit boards. Right, let's finish this. Then we'll go check on that. What's happening here? Okay, so we got in, out. Right, now we've booked. Hopefully that'll do a nice steady flow now. Well, it's all going to depend on that splitter, of course. How much more we can get in there. We might need to put this one back in. Oh yeah, that's another way of doing it. To benefit of both. There we go. So you can see this one slowed down now because there's just so much coming through. Might actually now finally have enough coming through to link up these other three. Yeah, see at the moment it's only getting as far as there. And that one. So technically it's only 3 and 3 are actually doing anything because they're being split here. That's fine. They're still outputting anyway. Okay, what's happening here? This is actually backing up. Oh, we are not using it fast enough, I think. What's happening here? Did we forget to do something? Yes, we did. We've got to hook it up to the storage. There we go. That'll get it going again. Do we have the new assembler unlocked? No, we don't. Do. Still doesn't away. That's slow enough. It really is slow, actually. Right, what about our research? Are we ready to activate that red one yet? Don't think we are. Nope. Let's check out upgrades. Looks like we might have to go to red sooner than expected. Yeah. So let's go see what we haven't automated yet before we do that. How are we here? Yeah, we really should try and sort this out. That is slow. Looks like there's a steady, yeah, there is a steady pace of stuff going. What's something missing there? That's going to take forever. Right, let's see, can we increase our power? Still slow enough. Yeah, it's not getting past the third one. It's not like there isn't plenty. Oh, hold on. Upgrade. I'd say once each row gets past a certain number, you probably do need to increase the number of sorters to at least 2. That's really all you can have anyway, because it's 2 on one side and 3 on another, so you can only ever have 2 and 2. Okay, is that a slow bottleneck I see there? Yeah. That's a potential bottleneck. That looks okay. Fairly steady pace anyway. Yeah, so our storage is practically full, and I don't think we've unlocked the next... Yeah, we haven't. The vertical construction, whatever it's called, needs to be unlocked, the next tier. Is this even getting down this far? Out. Let's reclaim for now. What about these? Are these getting... because we can use them somewhere else for now. 1, 2, 3. So break that. And do that. I should have them all busy. Oh, actually that is backing up. So let's extend this. There we go. Alright, now, because this is backing up, we might want to set up another storage unit next to it. Or at the other end, even. Might be better. Yeah, I'm thinking the other end. Just temporarily. It's either that or set up another assembler. Probably would make more sense anyway. Let's have a look. Do we have enough? Yeah, we do. Gee, they're not even getting that far, are they? Yeah, they're not. Right. Here's another little trick. Creates a buffer on the line, allowing it to take the excess and then spit it out as it's needed. But we're going to have to do something about those stone plates or whatever they're called. Yeah, we need to increase this. Many's in here now? 1,000. Question is it worth doing? You can also toggle these splitters to perform a different type of function. So there's a double vertical or a double with vertical in one direction. You can use this for hopping across things as well with two or more, or in this particular case now we're going to try and see can we have enough clearance to put in one of these. So click up arrow, step across like that, click, now click one of these. Tab to rotate, click that. That's probably too close. Let's have a look. I think we could move this back. Slope. There is no slope. Should just connect, I thought. Pretty sure I've done this before, but maybe not this close. Oh, there we go. it looks like we only needed to put down 3 because of the flow. Tell you what, can we... Let's put in some more miners. No, there's still not enough going in there. That's really annoying. It's just about getting to the 4th one. Yeah, like that one looks like it's not even outputting anymore. Same with this one. So let's tear that out for now. Let's see how that goes on that side. That might help. No, it's done exactly what I thought it was going to do. But I didn't want... how are we going to deal with this? Should we put in a merger here and then take this line off separately? Maybe that'll be enough to make up for to make that move a bit faster. So I think the mistake was having a single line for the output. That's what that's looking like to me. Because you can see them light up as the stuff goes down and triggers them. What we could do here is put it in another buffer. Yeah, that'll fit alright. So that becomes obsolete when you do that. Do. Not even sure this is worth doing. Let's have a look. So we want to output, in. Oh, no, wrong type. Toggle it. Yes, back to that. Oh, we are out of iron ingots. looks like we're doing a decent job on keeping up on the graphene, or the graphite, I mean. Graphene is something else entirely. You can shift click or into them to try and get them to speed up a bit, but it's very selective. We were trying to make, was it these? Right, I think we're almost ready to conclude part 1 of getting started. I'm pretty sure we've now done all the upgrades and technologies up as far as blue level, or blue research. So the next one will be the one that activates red, which is probably one of these energy matrix. Yes. Which we shall activate now. I really want to see this improve, and we might need to come up with another way of laying this out. Because to me that's not moving fast enough. But that was the whole point of putting these machines in as well. So what we might need to do, in fact, this will probably work better. How about we switch output to here? And take it and remove it from the front. No, so it's slowing down because of what's coming out ahead of it. So that's not really helping either. actually, I just realized we didn't need to do all of that, but what we could do. You've unlocked the energy matrix, one of the 5 source codes to keep the center brain simulating, and the key to activate more technologies. Right, click here, and click there. It's funny, that's now slowed that down. So let's take that one out. There we go. Do you know what I'll do as well at the end of this? Probably have a look at that calculator website thing. I don't normally look at the calculators, but I think for the sake of how complex this is getting, I think we're going to have to. As nice and all as this looks, it just feels like it's not working like it should. So I think we'll conclude part 1 there. Just walk around and see. Now I know we haven't automated things we have not automated yet. We haven't automated electric motors, gears, glass. Is that glass from stone? I think it is. Prisons down from the glass. We automated circuit boards. We only did automate this for making the blue matrices, but then we still have to do all this stuff here. And that's an alternative that we can't make. This one has to be made from graphene, and I think that's sulfur. And the sulfur comes from, what is that? That looks like water, stone, and oil. And for the oil, we need the extractor and then the refinery, I think it is. There's the water pump. Yeah, so we're going to give that a bit of thought as to how we're going to do that. So at the moment we're on a kind of quite a small scale in terms of what we're doing. So we are going to have, for the next part 2, we are going to have to look into figuring out how to balance the input resources to have more machines being able to create components. And because right now the problem is this 3 and 3 is no different than having 6. The difference being that if you had 6, you'll probably get as far as 4 and 5, but not the 6th one, because it'd be consuming so much on one belt. Now there probably is another layout you could do where you have at least 2 belts acting as source materials, and you then alternate them between machines. So 2 rows, 2 input rows, and an output row in the middle, for example. So that typically will work for a 1-to-1 production line. What else have we not looked at? Obviously we haven't actually automated these buildings or items themselves. Something we probably should consider doing. I would like to get the Mark II assembler unlocked first. But anyway, we shall conclude it there for now. That's 4.5 hours to get to this point, give or take. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.